Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I also request all the delegates to kindly take the seats and occupy the seats in the front, please. We'd appreciate and encourage all of you to kindly take the seats in the front. I think that's great. All of you are already seated in the front, that's great. The ones who are seated behind, may I request you all to kindly come forward and occupy the seats in the front, please. Thank you. So it's a sense of accomplishment and anticipation that I, Ramya R. Chavli, welcome you all to the final day of the Global Fintech Fest 2025. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed inspiring keynotes, panel discussions, live pitches, product showcases, and exclusive report launches, and some unforgettable evenings. From the Global Fintech Awards to the magical Scapia Sundowner with Shankar Mahadevan. Today, we bring you all that energy into Day 3, the grand finale of GFF 2025. The conversations, ladies and gentlemen, don't stop here. In fact, they go deeper. And Day 3 will put spotlight on the future of AI, digital payments, and embedded finance, global regulatory perspectives shaping the financial ecosystem, new frontiers in financial inclusion and sustainability, and powerful sessions featuring industry leaders, innovators, and change makers. So let's dive into Day 3 with the same passion and energy that has defined this festival so far. To kickstart our final day, it's my pleasure once again to thank the Payments Council of India, the National Payments Corporation of India, and the Fintech Convergence Council for their tireless efforts in organizing this conference. Our gratitude also extends to Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, NEST Division, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Niti Aayog, UIDAI, DPIIT Startup India, Reserve Bank of India, Securities and Exchange Board of India, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, and International Financial Services Centers Authority. GFF 2025 is organized by PCI, NPCI, and FCC, co-powered by Google Pay, PhonePe, our technology partners Perfios, and the entire festival is brought to you by HDFC, State Bank of India, Punjab National Bank, Bank of Baroda, Amazon Pay. Our associate partners, ladies and gentlemen, are Razorpay, Paytm, Visa, and our consent partners, NeoCred, and our payment enabler is Lyra Network. GFF GPT feature on the app, which can also answer all of your questions that is with regard to today's agenda as well. It's got to do with the sessions and speaker schedules and all the events happening today. And please go ahead and key in your questions if you have any, especially when the sessions are underway. You can do that by opening the app and go to the Agenda tab, select the particular session you're attending, and scroll down and tap on the live Q&A button. And type in your question, and it will reach the moderator directly. So we encourage all of you to participate as always. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of us are now waiting for the session 1 to begin, so let's get that started. It's all about unlocking full potential of the human-AI convergence. But before I invite both the speakers on the stage, I would first like to invite the Senior Director of Google DeepMind. Could I have a huge round of applause as I invite Mr. Manish Gupta on the stage for the presentation, please.
The transformative power of AI. AI has gone from a technology that we geeks used to talk about to now something that even prime ministers and presidents of countries are talking about because of the way it is transforming every industry, every aspect of the world. So I'm from Google DeepMind, where our mission is to build AI responsibly to benefit humanity. And one very shining example of how AI can really benefit humanity is the impact we are beginning to see of AI in accelerating scientific discovery. That's an area where I think we in India, we need to start paying more attention. In fact, we recently held a workshop together with ICTS and NCBS on ways in which AI can do that. So the Nobel Prize in Chemistry last year, in fact, for the first time, went to computer scientists, not to chemistry researchers. This is for, one of the prizes was shared by Demis Hassabis and John Jumper from Google DeepMind for their work on AlphaFold, which really pretty much solved the problem of protein folding, which had been a grand challenge for the scientific community. If you go back to your high school math, high school biology, you may remember that basically proteins are the building blocks of life. Everything that we do requires proteins. They are formed of these chains of amino acids that fold into a distinct shape, which gives the protein its distinctive properties. So what shape would a protein take when these chain of amino acids fold? That's been kind of a grand challenge. It used to take, if you go back 20 years ago, it used to take an entire PhD, roughly, often 3 to 5 years of research, before you uncovered the structure of a single protein. And there was this contest, CASP, that used to be held every 2 years, where with newly discovered protein structures, they were given as tests to these models that were competing to see how accurately they could predict the protein structure. So in CASP 2018, AlphaFold won the contest, and in 2020, at CASP 14 competition, the predictions of AlphaFold, which are shown in blue, were so close to the ground truth, the actual structure that had been discovered, that basically the community declared the problem as solved. And soon after that, in fact, the AlphaFold researchers, they made predictions of structures of all 200 million proteins known to mankind and made them freely available. So think about it. This is roughly now almost like 1 PhD years, 1 billion PhD years worth of research that was accelerated, done in a few months. And today, there are over 2 million scientists across over 190 countries using all of those protein structures to help them with their research, ranging from, of course, drug discovery, which is an obvious use case, to even things like designing enzymes to make plastics degradable. And this is not the only example. If you look at clean energy, where again, researchers are using AI to now control plasma flows in a nuclear fusion reactor, where we believe in the next few years, we will reach that break-even point where you're able to get more energy out of that controlled fusion in the lab setting than the energy that went into getting fusion reaction going, which can unlock a very abundant source of energy. Weather prediction, which has, again, typically been addressed using physics-based models. Today, there are AI-based models that are doing a very, even more accurate job of predicting weather. So with that, let me now come back to the more mainstream work in AI for addressing all of the business problems, business and many other societal problems. We have seen these very powerful foundation models. Of course, a lot of this was enabled by some basic breakthroughs, like the transformer architecture that was invented at Google. And we now have this Gemini set of foundation models that are beginning to power all of the different Google products. So let's take a look at some of these Gemini 2.0 agentic capabilities.
Gemini 2.0 enables new kinds of multimodal AI agents. Agents that can see and hear the world around you. Think, plan, remember, and take action. Gemini 2.0 is what enables Project Astra, our research prototype of a universal AI assistant. Using capabilities like multimodal memory and real-time information, it lets you understand your world, live.
What can you tell me about this sculpture?
The sculpture you're seeing is called My World and Your World by Eva Rothschild, located in Lewis Cubitt Park in London.
What kind of themes does her work explore?
She creates abstract sculptures that invite viewers to interact with and interpret their surroundings in new ways.
Project Astra is multilingual, using native audio to seamlessly switch languages as you speak.
Est-ce que tu peux me dire quelque chose d'intéressant à propos de ces lanternes?
Bien sûr, je peux vous parler des lanternes. Les lanternes que vous voyez font partie de la porte d'entrée de Chinatown à Londres. நிச்சயமாக இது லண்டனில் உள்ள Chinatown நுழைவாயில்.
We're taking this to the next step with Project Mariner, with agents that can complete tasks on your behalf. You can ask it to do things like this that require multiple steps: doing research to look up the artist, then finding the painting, and then shopping for the right supplies. The agent uses the web to take action and find what you're looking for. It plans and reasons at each step, always staying in your control and completing your task. Gemini 2.0 enables agents that can be applied across domains. We're exploring agents that can explore virtual worlds, assisting you in video games.
Where do you recommend I attack from on the space?
Given the base layout, I recommend attacking from the bottom or south side. This direction allows you to target the town hall directly with your giants, while the wizards can handle the surrounding defenses.
Gemini 2.0 can reason about the physical world, understanding 3D spatial environments and objects. These capabilities are being applied to robotics, with agents that can assist you in your everyday physical environment. Learn more about how Gemini 2.0 is enabling the next generation of multimodal AI agents at deepmind.google/Gemini.
And beyond all of this very conversational style through which, again, these agents can answer, respond to your queries, take action on your behalf, there's also creativity, where we are seeing amazing strides made by these models. Already today, from these text-to-image models, like the Imagine model from Google, we are seeing very, very high-quality images that can be created simply through very simple text prompts. And of course, recently, many of you may have used the Nano Banana tool, which can help you edit images. I had fun creating almost these versions of me playing cricket and all of that, which I couldn't do in real life. The other thing we have seen is also these capabilities to create amazing videos. So let's take a look at this video, which is all created by simply through some text prompts.
This ocean, it's a force, a wild, untamed might. And she commands your awe with every breaking light.
So you can see the actor, the sound of waves in the background, the synchronized lip movement, and fairly realistic delivery of dialogue. All of this has been AI generated. So you can see the day is not far when we'll begin to see Hollywood, Bollywood using these kinds of models in a big way. With that, let me switch gears and talk about a topic very close to my heart. How do we make all of these technologies more inclusive, work for everyone, not just some selected privileged people, let's say, in the Western world? So one of the areas where we have been doing a lot of work is to make these models work for all languages. And we saw very significant gaps between the capabilities of these models on a language like English. You can see, so this was a benchmark that our team created, which was presented at the ACL conference last year, where higher performance is good. And we saw that all of these models, their capability on English far exceeds the capabilities on most other Indian languages. So we took a collection of 29 Indian languages for which we created this benchmark. And we've been on this journey to create a model called Morni that understands all of the 100+ languages that are spoken by over 1 million, that are spoken by over 1 lakh speakers. The challenge in India is that fairly large, so even languages that are spoken by millions of people. So we have 22 scheduled languages, but we have 60 languages in India that are spoken by over 1 million speakers. And some of these languages, despite being spoken by millions of people, are zero corpus languages. There is zero known digital data on those. And the other thing we see is the same language is spoken in so many different ways, depending on which part of the country you are in. There's this saying in Hindi, kos kos pe badle pani, char kos par vani, which means every few kilometers, the taste of water changes. Every 10 kilometers, the nature of voice changes. And that inspired this project called Vani, which we launched together with Indian Institute of Science, we've been collecting speech data from different corners of India, and the eventual goal is to collect data from each and every one of the 773 districts of India so that we capture the full diversity of languages. So far, the data from 143 districts, which we have already made freely available, it covers 103 Indian languages, and it's the very first recorded digital data for 22 of those languages, and the very first speech data ever at least made available to AI practitioners for 35 of those languages. And it's been heartening to see not just us at Google, many startups beginning to use this data to create their own speech models for all of these languages. And one of the areas that we are really excited about is learning. And being able to create a personalized tutor for each child in India, which is able to converse with the child in their native language. So to give you a peek at that capability, let's take a look at this particular
And let's
demo.
take a look at how Gemini can help.
नमस्ते।
क्या आप क्वेश्चन 3 सॉल्व करने में मेरी हेल्प कर सकते हैं?
हाँ, मैं समझती हूँ कि आप चाहते हैं कि मैं इस इक्वेशन 3x² + 5x - 2 = 0 में x का हल निकालूं। क्या आपने इसे ट्राई किया है और क्या आप मुझे इसके स्टेप्स दिखा सकते हैं?
हाँ, मैंने क्वाड्रेटिक फार्मूला यूज किया है। क्या ये ठीक है?
हाँ, ये सही तरीका है, पर आपने डिस्क्रिमिनेंट में एक छोटी सी गलती की है। आपको कोएफिशिएंट c के आगे एक माइनस साइन छोड़ दिया है। सही कोएफिशिएंट्स हैं a = 3, b = 5 और c.
Anyway, you get the idea. And one of the things that's been done in this project is not just to give the answer to the learner, it's using principles of pedagogy to help the learner get to the answer themselves. And in the process, when the learner is making mistakes, point out the mistakes that they've made and then help them ultimately learn the topic. So with technologies like these, the dream of a personalized tutor that is available to each and every child in the country now looks within reach. And another thing that we have been working on is recognizing that it's not just important for these models to understand different languages, they must also understand different cultures. When you're responding to a user from Assam, you don't just come up with the response in English and simply translate that into Assamese. You come up with the response rooted in the cultural context of the user. In the interest of time, I'll maybe just stop with just this example. So we've also created, and this could be of interest to the financial services community, because what we have created is the first such model, and it's now available under the Trusted Testers program. Using satellite imagery for the entire country, it'll identify things like farm boundaries, it'll identify sources of water, it'll identify what crops are being grown. And the idea is to provide the low-level layers of a digital agri-stack that can unlock use cases like loans to farmers, insurance to farmers. For instance, today, if the farmer wants to buy cotton crop insurance, the insurer has no way of knowing, is the farmer even growing cotton in their field? And this way, now, with the click of a button, the insurer can know that the crop that the farmer is actually growing, right, from the land records data that they may share. So the idea is similar to how Aadhaar ID helped create this whole Aadhaar stack, right, with UPI and so on, which started with a unique identifier for each person. We are able to create a unique identifier for each farm in the country, and then provide additional information and help unlock use cases. And to come up with this, we had to overcome a whole bunch of technical challenges, like the farms in India tend to be much smaller. There's the monsoon season when much of the country is covered with clouds, so you need to also use the RGB spectrum is not good enough. And temporal challenge, that you want to identify the crop as early as possible without waiting for it to grow fully. And While I've talked about all of this power of AI, there are also huge outstanding challenges. I've listed some of them, and in particular, efficiency is a huge challenge where there's a lot of pioneering work being done by our own team in Bangalore, and reasoning, where on one hand, these models are demonstrating amazing reasoning capabilities. In fact, this model from the thinking version of the Gemini model recently won the equivalent of gold medal at the International Math Olympiad. I have no idea how I would have fared. I would have probably flunked the Olympiad. But these models are attaining those kinds of levels. And also in the recent ACM, International Programming Contest, they again achieved the performance equivalent to a gold medalist. There is still brittleness to many of these reasoning capabilities, so we believe there are more breakthroughs needed. But let me conclude that AI is already here in a big way, impacting every industry. It's been made possible through these generative AI capabilities that have been used in building these very powerful foundation models, which become a very powerful starting point for various solutions. And it's an amazing opportunity today. We are living in these very, very exciting times where AI, like technologies, can be used to bring benefits to billions of people. So with that, let me stop and I guess invite Yash to join me in a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. I think that's truly a wonderful presentation. And as Sir just mentioned, we will now be moving into a fireside chat on the very same topic of unlocking full potential of the human-AI convergence. And joining Mr. Manish Gupta on stage, we have with us Mr. Yashraj Erande, the global leader of Fintech, India leader for financial institutions, BCG. Could we have a round of applause as he joins us on stage?
Thank you.
Manish, thank you very much for an amazing, power-packed 15-20 minutes. There is so much that I was trying to grasp in the limited amount of time I had, and it's fascinating. Thank you so much. I wanted to talk about a few things with you, Manish, on 3 aspects. There are a few geeky questions. The geek in me, I am not able to hold back just now listening to you. Then I have some themes to explore around the implications on humanity and humans. And then finally, actually, maybe I'll start with a personal question, which is, can you share what has your personal journey been like so far? Where did you grow up? How did you find your way into the AI world and doing what you're doing right now?
Sure. So my personal journey began, I mean, I was born in Delhi, grew up, did my undergraduate from IIT Delhi, and then went to the US for my master's and PhD. I worked with IBM Research in the US. I'm actually not an AI researcher. My PhD was in compilers and supercomputing. So I worked on this project called Blue Gene with IBM Research, which became the world's fastest supercomputer. But there was always that desire to move back to India. So after that project kind of became the fastest machine, we were successful. This was like almost a 5-year effort. I moved back to India. That's where my journey, in fact, began with AI. I moved back to IBM Research initially.
Which year was
in
that?
India. This was 2006.
Okay.
And AI was actually a bad word in those days because there had been, we were still maybe towards the maybe fag end of this AI winter because in the past, right, there had been these very, a lot of hype raised by AI, very unrealistic expectations, and the technology just wasn't there to meet those expectations. So in those days, we used to use terms like machine learning, also data analytics, so a lot of people around me were solving a lot of problems, real-world problems, by applying machine learning over all of that data.
That was a way to de-hype AI.
Unstructured data, yeah. So that is how at least my journey began in AI, just by learning from all of my colleagues who were working on problems of unstructured data, noisy data, and so on, things like call center problems, can you analyze conversations to basically automatically generate insights about what your customers might be complaining about. So something called voice of customer insights that at that time the team at IBM Research created. And then like did a variety of organizations, including my own startup, to do a video technology. Again, in the learning space, my goal was to ultimately create a personalized learning platform, and I thought it would take us like decades to get there. But now...
And this was also the 2010s? Or?
This was, 2017 is when I did a startup. So my startup never really took off. It reached about maybe $500,000 of recurring revenue, annual recurring revenue. So when Google approached me to start a new research team, initially I thought, let me try and make my startup work.
Yeah.
But, so one of my, at least, lessons from even the days of Blue Gene is that we shouldn't be afraid of failures. When we were working on Blue Gene, almost everybody, including our colleagues from the product teams, they expected the project to fail. It was like pushing the envelope in too many different ways. And I always emphasize to my colleagues that every once in a while, it's important to pick problems not based on problems that you believe you can solve, but problems that are worthy of solving, that if solved, would make a huge difference to the world. And often these problems are very hard, which is why they haven't been solved. And if you solve them, like if you're successful, you get much more, achieve much more impact and much more satisfaction than from a series of incremental advances. But even if you don't fully solve the problem, you can still end up being far more successful. And I would say even in the worst case, if you fail miserably, these failures can set you up for success down the road. If you learn from those failures and are not afraid to, again, go for ambitious goals, not being afraid of failures, that can set you up for big success. So that was my learning, which I did apply. So in my startup, I failed, but with Google, I kind of followed this principle of I always hire people who are much smarter than me. So again, I did that, and they've been doing some amazing things.
And Manish, this is fascinating. If I could probe this a bit more, I think this notion that you have to solve, or at least attempt to solve really hard problems is a critical one. 2 days ago, I picked up this famous Elon tweet, which seems to be using a phrase called macro hard. But this journey of solving hard problems has one element, which is just personal resilience. But there is something else you touched upon, which I wanted to probe more, which is that there is perhaps a way to solve hard problems. And you have been now doing this for decades. Sure, maybe your startup was not the place where you fully cracked it, but the supercomputer, the AI labs, these are areas where you are able to make very large progress. So for the industry, for the audience, for someone like me who's also trying to, in our own context, solve problems that seem hard, what's that playbook all about? What's the pattern?
So I think the first and foremost thing I would say is, at least when it comes to Indian industry, we really need to invest much more in advanced R&D, and in particular in research. A lot of times what I've seen is companies, even when they invest in research or R&D, they're very focused on immediate return on investment. That for every rupee that I invest, I want to see that return on that investment. And not only see that return, I want to see that investment, that return
this month,
this month,
quarter,
right? Or this quarter, at most this year.
Yeah.
So you have to, it's fine to have that for some set of projects, critical projects, but you've got to have that mindset that I have to also invest at least some part of my portfolio. Just like we talk about portfolio approach, right? The financial industry should understand the portfolio approach, right? That if you are only investing in safe investments, it will give you a certain return. If you want really outlandish returns, you have to be willing to fail. You have to be able to make some risky bets. So you have to invest part of your portfolio in those very, very ambitious bets where there is a chance of failure. But the returns, if you solve the problem, the returns can be huge. So you've got to have in your portfolio that at least some number of big bets, which have to be then nurtured and financially supported, right, in a very different manner than some of your more sure shot initiatives, right, where you're expecting that immediate ROI.
Correct. And this exploration, exploitation trade-off, I think from a portfolio perspective is very sound advice. As someone who's in that moonshot or that really hard project category, who's kind of day in, day out waking up to solve that problem, I'm sure the process is very different from solving a problem that is a 1 quarter or a 1 year problem, right? How is that different for those of us who are also focusing on that class of issues?
Yeah, so there you typically try to also set certain milestones. So first of all, you have to be willing to set your sights, right, on those goals.
Correct.
Where you don't know a path, how to get there. Because if you knew it, then it would not be that unsolved problem. So you have to first set that goal, and then you would have certain hypotheses, right, about how to reach that goal. And you need then to set certain milestones. So you need good ways of evaluating. You should have good way of knowing, have I solved the problem or not, right? So I think having that very clear evaluation is important.
Whatever is the Turing test equivalent for that problem.
Whatever is that, let's say AGI and so on, then you should have a test for have you met that criteria. So that evaluation should be very clear. And sometimes then you can lay out at least certain milestones that to get to that point of evaluation, I need to have these sub-evaluations, right, also cracked.
Right.
And then you try to make progress, right, in terms of milestones.
Right.
And you have to have certain hypotheses that, okay, these are my potential paths, right, to reach that goal. And then you start pursuing. And some of those are likely to fail.
By design.
But you have to then be resilient and say, okay, let me now try something else.
Oh, this is phenomenal. I think we all do think about milestones, but you're making also a critical point, which for me personally is a big takeaway, that you have to have milestones tests that are clearly established, and then we can, and I think just designing the test is a bit important in a ambiguous, unsolved zone. So I think that's a great point. Thank you for sharing that, Manish. And I think someone like you who has gone through the journey can really talk about it with a real understanding. That brings me to something that really caught my attention in today's presentation. All of these video images, which are so hyper realistic, the reflection of light and the sound of waves and so on and so forth. And it is my understanding that there are no physics models which are underlying all of this. This is just how does it work? How do you just not have a refraction model or a thermodynamics fluid model and you still get all of this?
Yeah, so that itself is a very interesting open problem.
Okay.
That how are these, because as you build up these models, these very, very large kind of using the transformer architecture, these neural networks, they are actually beginning to capture some of the physics, underlying physics, in the form of these certain latent variables, these weights. And these models are still not very interpretable. So you can't point out, oh, this is the part where you have just encoded that particular Newton's first law of motion and so on. But somehow these models, as they have analyzed, right, these huge volumes of data, they have actually ended up encoding somewhere some of these physical laws, as well as some of these properties of invariance and so on. So there is also a lot of work happening, especially in AI for science, where you try and where you develop these physics-informed neural networks, where when you set up the appropriate loss function and how you're kind of optimizing that network, you are conveying some of those invariants, like, conservation of energy, conservation of momentum, and so on, right? That these quantities have to be conserved. And you make the network then preserve those properties. So there is also work being done on how can you create physics-informed networks. But many of these models are just purely, they've learned all of this from the data.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think there's this other series of discussions which tends to happen around the Stephen Wolfram path, which is this Rule-Yard, which is based on some standard principles, and then you start creating, and hopefully you're able to create Einstein's theory of relativity that kind of comes out as one of the. So it's fascinating. So I get it. There are physics-informed models that Penny constructed. One of the things we will probably now take away and try is, can we have finance-informed models, which are like, can we construct a bank as an AI? So that's an interesting problem that we're trying to get our head around. Let me shift gears and talk about a little bit of the human implication of all of this, Manish. In our this year's flagship report, we ended up doing a significant amount of primary research for GFF, where when we spoke to average consumers on the ground and we showed them some prototypes, something to play with, we have created a blueprint of a AI for all PFM solution and a CFO solution for MSMEs. So one feedback we received was कि क्या मैं इसको unsubscribe कर सकती हूँ? अगर मुझे कल से नहीं यूज़ करना है तो ये at the right to be forgotten, in the sense मेरा फिर भी data इसमें होगा क्या? And then there is this, while there is awe about, wow, it can do so much, there is also fear that if it can do so much, what else is it can it do that I don't know?
Right.
Have you thought or dealt with these kind of issues? How do we really drive the acceptance?
Absolutely. So in fact, as we build these models, right, so we have been kind of following these AI principles. And one of those principles is to respect the user's rights to privacy. So wherever you use, let's say, the user's data, it is very clear. It has to be with informed consent from the user. And in so many of these, in fact, there are even laws, right? The European Union has certain rules where you have, the user has that right, to be forgotten. Or the user can indicate, even if I had given consent previously, I can now withdraw that consent. So there is this problem called machine learning, right? Where even after you've built these models, you have to be able to now, if the model has been trained using certain data from the user, you have to be able to now unlearn that part that was built using that user's data. And of course, there are also techniques like differential privacy, where yes, you might be using the user's data, but you have to do it in a manner that still guarantees that you would never be able to, from the model output, be able to actually identify the user.
Right.
I think we are getting that hook about being out of time.
Manish, thank you very much. No audience questions, but thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you indeed for that discussion. Just in the paucity of time, thank you so much once again for that beautiful discussion right at the start of the day 3 of GFF 2025. I request both of you to just come together for a photo op, please.
Thank you.
And could we have a round of applause? We had a fantastic presentation and a discussion right here on unlocking that potential with that human AI convergence. So thank you so much to the gentlemen on the stage for this beautiful discussion right at the start. Thank you once again for joining us. With that, ladies And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about reimagining finance in the age of scale, speed, and intelligence. And with that, I would now like to invite our speakers onto the stage. We are joined by Mr. Balasubramanian K, India CEO and India Subcontinent Subcluster Head, Citi, and Mr. KV Kamath, Chairman, Jio Financial Services.
Thanks a lot for attending the session. We've got a stalwart, Mr. KV Kamath, who frankly doesn't need any introduction. And we are very happy to have him with us, basically talking about India's journey towards Viksit Bharat, the transformation that is happening in the country on the financial services side. And I can tell you a personal incident that I had with Mr. Kamath probably 20 years back. And I actually visited him and I was talking to him about the changes that is happening in the banking landscape. This is at the time when ICICI Limited merged with ICICI Bank to become the ICICI Bank. And he actually told me that the future of the banking is going to be in the mobile phone. And for people who know about early 2000, we used to have only feature phone. There was nothing called a smartphone. And I was coming out thinking to myself that, is it going to be true? And fast forward 20 years, and it is actually a reality, right? Pretty much everything that we do in terms of financial services, transactions, is all happening in the phone. So the reason why I'm talking about this is because he actually saw that 20 years back in terms of what's going to be happening in the world. And frankly, we are living through the dreams that, he talked about. So the idea for the next 30 minutes is, financial services plays a very, very important role in terms of the development of the economy. And our Prime Minister has set in a very ambitious goal of putting $25 trillion for India's GDP by 2047, where we're actually going to become a developed nation and will be amongst the top 3 globally as per GDP. The financial services industry also is very important because that basically brings in social inclusion. We talk about poverty, we talk about everything else that haunts the country. But this is one industry which is actually going to be helping lifting people from where they are into the next level. And we have already seen that happening. And if the economy has to grow from where it is today to $25 trillion in the next 20 odd years, which means that, we are talking about a GDP growth rate of around 7 to 8%. And it's quite natural that, the financial services sector has to grow 2x of that growth rate. So I just wanted to ask you in terms of your thoughts on 2 or 3 aspects where the sector has to evolve significantly to support India's economic growth from where it is to the next level. And I think we are all very fortunate to be in the country today because if you look at it, on the political side, we have a stable government which is running its third term, and which is very, very unique because if you look at most other parts of the world, I think they are all going through a massive amount of instability. So we have a stable government. There is a policy continuity that we are seeing in the country, which is actually very positive. And if you look at the demographics, I think it's a very young country, average age between 26 and 28 years, quite technically literate, which again is the reason why it's been such a big success, the GFF, and we were just talking about it. And if I compare this to Singapore or Cybos or any other event, I think we are doing a phenomenal job. And this is the 6th edition of GFF compared to multi-years that some of the other countries have been doing. Increasing per capita income, which means that there is going to be more and more consumption and use of financial instruments that is going to be playing. And then if you look at the macros, despite a little bit of headwinds that we are seeing in the last maybe a quarter or so, I think we have stable inflation, we have a huge foreign currency reserve, and the growth rate continues to be pretty strong at around 7.5%. So the platform is set for us to move from where we are to the next level that the government is talking about. And we would love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree with the backdrop that you given. And let me add a few other indicators based on what we have seen elsewhere as we go along. So to me, the runway is the first thing that you look at. How long is your runway? And we have set ourselves a 25-year runway. The next question to ask is that runway, does it exist? It clearly exists. If you look around you at what needs to be done, that's the question I ask myself, whether it is start with urban rejuvenation, start with village rejuvenation, start with all elements of infrastructure that you need to have in a developed country, a Viksit country. And you find that probably the only area where we are, there, in the sense we have reached where we need to be, is in communication, telecommunications, in terms of reach, spread, and the cost at which we operate. In all other areas, we are short. So there's a huge investment opportunity and a growth opportunity, which then translates to GDP. This is one. The second is an aspirational, people. We have young people, as you rightly said, who are the aspirants and who are the consumers. So they will consume. Third is really the avenues to drive beyond infrastructure. Typically, it used to be what is broadly called services, but we can break down our services. Of course, there's manufacturing services, and so on. You look at 25 years back, services was basically the IT industry and everything that came out of the IT industry. But today it has evolved to what I would call more of knowledge industries. Even if you look at one metric there, global companies would have their IT outfit in India. It is no longer IT outfit. It is Global Capability Center. The people they employ in the Global Capability Center are a different lot of people from what would be there in their IT back office, as it were. So we are, in a way, leveraging on our knowledge economy. We are leveraging on the youth of the country. And we are also leveraging on what I call the entrepreneurial spirit of the young people. Now, what is it? Last count, maybe 150, 200,000 startups in the digitech space. Fintech, 10 to 15,000 startups. And the startups keep increasing. I'll put one other data point here to indicate the sort of pace at which we are growing. I was at this same function last year. And of course, the front-end people are all there. But what is the distinctive change that has happened in 1 year? The distinctive change is this whole talk about AI and agentic and so on. If you look at the number of agentic applications that are out there, end use, people who have thought through and come up with an agentic application for a financial services business that we are in, is quite a number of people who have already there. So we are not sitting where we were, we are evolving as we go along. And this we see in every single area. And to me, in one line, the runway exists, the people exist, opportunities exist. And we have what used to be a problem earlier, a twin balance sheet problem. The banking balance sheet is corrupted in the sense that it is not strong enough. And the corporate balance sheet also is not strong enough. Today, the twin balance sheet problem has been elevated. So you have ability to invest. So to me, I think the sort of growth numbers that you're talking of, and the target is easily doable.
No, thanks a lot for that. And you talked about the AI and agentic that is revolutionizing the financial services space, and we'll come to that in a moment. One other point that I just wanted to talk about is the role of foreign capital. Because if you look at India's investment plan from a government perspective, we are talking about upwards of $3 trillion to be invested over the next 5, 7, 10 years. That's a lot of money. And if you look at the domestic savings that we are seeing in the country, that's probably not enough to take care of that investment. So there is going to be a dependence on foreign capital, both from an FDI perspective as well as from a portfolio perspective. Now, in the last 6+ months, we are seeing that countries are becoming highly centric towards their own requirements for a variety of reasons, right? And therefore, how do you see this playing out in terms of India's ability to attract foreign capital and continue to be one of the largest FDI countries in the world?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. And anyway, I have lived through this for a long period of time. We never were great at attracting foreign capital. And whatever has happened despite that. And during very tough times, as it were. So foreign capital will come in. I think it will come in through three ways. One is through the capital markets as investment, through FDI, and through long-term funding in foreign currency. These are the three typical avenues that you will see. But you are also seeing something interesting. Instead of foreign capital coming in, you see global companies now listing in India and taking that loan to growth. So I don't think it is just foreign capital coming in, because I have not seen tons of foreign capital come in over my career of 55 years. So it happens, but so what I'm trying to say is that we have not been an economy driven by foreign capital. So let me answer then, so where is capital coming from and how are you meeting your needs? So let's take a very simple thing. Let's take the highway program. Till 2 years back, 3 years back, the highway program had to be funded primarily through the government budget, because you tried public-private partnerships. For a variety of reasons, it didn't succeed. The main reason was there are issues around land acquisition and various other things. So the government implemented. But in the last 5 years, if you look at, take NHAI, I think it's a sterling example of what can be done. All the highways are making money. They are tolled properly. The FASTag was implemented. Look at how technology weaves in. So the tolling is automatic. And then, NHAI, based on that, the track record and the collection record, is able to create an INVIT and offload their what they would have otherwise borrowed, the asset into the INVIT and repay what they have borrowed. And the cycle, a virtuous cycle has been created. Now that's happening in green power in particular, again, now that is happening. So these are areas which we did not think existed, which are now getting in. The second problem in India over till again very recently was long-term savings were not flowing into investment. So you did not have, I would say, insurance industry or the pension industry or the mutual fund industry of a size which could fund your long-term needs. That has now changed. So, and this is a 20-year effort, but now visible. You can see corporates basically are going into the corporate bond market rather than the bank funding market. Infrastructure companies still 3 years back were still going to the banks, today going to the corporate bond market. As I said, I already quoted NHAI. Private companies are also creating INVITs. So there's a diversification of funds that is happening. So foreign capital will come in, I would say, just as a filler. Foreign capital will not be the foundation on which we will grow. And as your GDP grows, this becomes a I would say, you'll meet your needs through your own internal thing. So I'm not so worried about foreign capital. Foreign capital will come in when they see merit and they see a return and they want to invest in this market, they'll come in, which is fine.
And as we all know, yesterday there was 2 big inaugurations that happened in Mumbai, the Navi Mumbai International Airport and also the metro line connecting South Bombay to North Bombay. Majority of it is actually funded through domestic capital.
Yeah, so if you look at the metro lines are very long gestation thing. So you may need some foundational support from a very long-term lender. So I think that will need to be accessed as we go along. And there are enough multilateral and bilateral sources from abroad to do that. Because these probably are not private market funding opportunities, because it is the gestation is so long that it doesn't work for this. So there is a combination of ways in which this will happen, but I don't think we are going to be starved for capital.
Let's move to the digital ecosystem that we are all talking about, right? Now, data penetration through widespread mobile internet access has been a transformative force in accelerating financial inclusion in India. The open architecture that the government created, and with the help of NPCI, they basically democratized the entire financial inclusion through innovation, solutions, and faster adoption. Now, in the last 15 years, we have seen a leapfrog growth in adoption of various digital technologies in the country. Now, in the last at least 2 to 3 years, the AI and ML, which is artificial intelligence and machine learning, is becoming actually impacting our day-to-day life in many, many ways. And the disruption to the financial services industry and the inherent benefit through, again, wider access, and faster access to customers, as well as better credit decisioning and risk management technologies. So how do you see this going to be the next big change that is going to impact the financial services sector more from an acceptability, adaptability, and risk management?
Yeah, there are several other issues also that will have to be factored in here. I'll touch upon these things. And a question that is often asked is, who will survive in this evolution that will happen? So we'll talk about that also. I think when you look at any technology, the first question to ask is the consumer ready to use it? That question is a non-question in India as of now. I remember when we rolled out the first ATMs, there were 30 ATMs in the country. And we said we will roll out 1,000 ATMs. Actually, we saw a small experiment done by Citibank in the late 90s of putting 14 ATMs in a city with one branch. And we saw that it was a success. We were closely tracking Citi. And then Citi said, somehow we don't want to go ahead with this. So we said we will run with this because we didn't have money to experiment, but we have now money to put in. But internally in the bank, nobody bought it. None of my colleagues bought it. They said nobody in India will use an ATM. This is circa 2000. So we said we'll roll out 1,000 ATMs because there are no branches. And within the first week, we had lines of 1,500 people withdrawing money all through the day. So clearly the Indian consumer is ahead of what we think the consumer is ready for. And I think that I've seen over the last 25 years continue. So the consumer is going to accept anything that is a convenience to the customer. And that is the premise on which the young people who are building the fintechs of tomorrow are working on. And I think I wish them great luck because the end user will certainly follow. So not a problem. And here, as I was saying, I had not expected the sort of work done, which is now presented here, to have been done in the last 1 year. It's basically, we're talking of agentic applications, whereas most elsewhere we are just talking of rudimentary things. Here, actual applications are being showcased. So you have an ecosystem where there are people creating based on new technology, and there are, of course, users who are ever ready to look at and absorb this. So I said I'll also talk about the other question which I am asked. Maybe you would have asked it later on, but I'll answer it now. So I was asked a question. I was doing a media interview just before I came in. The question was that, should banks invest more in technology? I said banks don't need to invest more in technology. They need to invest less in technology, but they need to invest it where it is needed. So you are investing in your own, furthering your legacy version from 1 to 1.2 to 1.4 to 2. That doesn't work. You will have to revamp what you have entirely and put in new things which probably cost a fraction of what you are running at today. But that you need to have the ability to take that risk. There's always a risk in migration. But without that, I think we'll live through exciting times. But the good news is that there are all these young companies ready to take whatever space is available to them.
That was actually my next question in terms of what's the investment and how this is going to be from an ROE perspective. But you answered that.
Yeah.
So, moving on to the point that you've spent 5 years in China, and when you talk about AI and adoption of AI, there are 3-4 countries that really come out. One is US, which has always been the mother of invention. China has done some remarkable work in terms of and they really don't talk or advertise too much about it. And you and I were talking about it just a short while back on that. And then there are countries like Korea, Taiwan, and even to some extent Israel, right? Now, India has been a little late into the journey. But then the good thing is we can learn from experiences and pitfalls that other countries have seen as they went through the journey of AI. Now, how do you see this? How do you compare India to China in terms of the overall AI adoption? And what are the few things that India needs to be careful on?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question to look at in a developmental context. I've, in a way, come to learn over a long period of time that I used to worry that we are late to the party. But sometimes being late to the party is good because in this case, You are able to do things at a fraction of the cost that if you are an early entrant, you would. You start looking at, we could not afford a mainframe, we leapfrogged. We could run technology at 1/10 the cost. I'm talking of banks. It's circa 1990s, late 1990s. Then you had solar energy come in, where we were funding solar plants, but it didn't take off. Good that it didn't take off because the cost per unit of power was rupees 20 then. So not tenable, not workable. Then you had the big use case of data, telephony and data. Late to the party, but in 2015, when you hit the market with at a rate, at a cost which any common man could afford, and you could scale that quickly. And then, my 5 years in China, 2015, 2020, you were seeing virtually a cashless society where everything was through either WeChat Pay or Alipay, and you used your phone for everything. And I used to wonder, will this, how long will it take us to get there? But I had no knowledge then that the Reserve Bank had opened sandboxes, was encouraging innovation and so on. So in 2020, when COVID hit us, we were ready with solutions which could scale up very quickly. So the sandbox had provided you a path to actually commercial utilization. And I see the Reserve Bank playing this very supportive role even today in allowing more and more sandboxes to come in. In fact, they're saying that, why don't you come with even more so that we can look at it, and then that becomes part of the base case or the use case as we go along. So as long as you have, I think, a supportive environment, technology adoption will happen, as I see. And there is no rush to be first in the queue. That I'm very clear, because you will pay something exorbitant, which at this stage we probably can't afford, and we should not afford, because it's, to me, wasteful expenditure. So at the right time, we will scale this up as appropriate.
And any thoughts in terms of your experience in China on AI, best cases, usage, etc., that India can actually leapfrog today, both in financial services sector and otherwise?
Yeah, I think till 2020, the use of AI was limited. AI, I would think that what we started doing in 22, 23 is what they had started doing probably in 2014. So there was a 6-year lead time, but by 21, 22, we had caught up with that. Thereafter, of course, they have worked very hard on use cases in AI, which were not commercialized but have been commercialized as they have gone on. And that is obvious. We can see it when you look at, let's take telephony, the type of phones that come out of there, and the application engineering that has gone into that, and so on. So there has been steady, I would say, investment by all major companies in that area, and that is there for us to see. But there again, interestingly, if you look at banking, the innovation is led by fintechs, not by the banks per se. So the fintechs have provided a wrap to the WRAP, to the banks to do business. And they are, in most cases, doing things in parallel. So just to put in context, there is a digital bank. Some of you or most of you may have heard of it. I won't name it. 400 million customers operating with 4,000 people. So it's a digital bank. So this is what competition could be tomorrow if things open up and it's decided that we need to bring in new set of competition to shake up. So this has happened. So we'll see where things go.
As you are responding, you touched upon 2 points that is going to be my next 2 questions. One is on regulators and the other is on reskilling, because these are going to be very critical. Reskilling. Because when you talked about 400 million customers with 4,000 people, that means that you have to be amongst the 4,000, and you need to have a different skill set to survive in that environment. But I'll come to that in the next case. Now, regulators have a very interesting job, because they need to balance in terms of driving innovation as well as protecting customers and the financial stability of the country. Now, RBI has been a very proactive regulator. They have developed a free AI, which is basically a framework for responsible and ethical enablement of AI. as a foundation for AI adoption. And they are very open in terms of like creating sandboxes and asking for people to come and tell them in terms of what works and what doesn't work. Now, your thoughts on regulators' job ahead as AI becomes more prevalent in the financial services sector?
As you said, and what I saw, the sandbox was a path-breaking thing, and they've continued with this. And I think the recent policies that have been announced again take the path forward. I think they allow a bank to fully use its capital and fully use its funding profile to keep business on a very healthy equilibrium, as it were. Otherwise, it was getting a little skewed towards retail, but now it's back to. So the regulatory context, the entire, I would say, regulatory framework in India has been completely in sync with the times. So that is not a challenge. To the other question.
And how do you compare the Indian regulatory environment in terms of some of those new technology and new intermediation that is coming in the financial services sectors compared to, say, China or US or any of the other markets?
I think we are ahead of the curve in comparison to most regulators, except maybe very long back, even very long back, the Scandinavian regulators were ahead and more open in terms of digital, when digital was not even a known phrase. But elsewhere, I think we are certainly now at par with maybe 2 or 3 countries which are at the forefront.
That's interesting. You talked about the changing requirement from a skill perspective for financial services people. And a lot of the people in this room and even otherwise are directly or indirectly related to the financial services sector. You also mentioned that technology needs to be very different. You just cannot use the mainframe and keep changing it to version 1, version 2, etc., etc. Now, from a people perspective, what are the few things that you think about as more and more new technology comes in and the adaptability becomes very different? How do you think the skilling needs to be, and what are the few things that the financial services people should be looking at?
See, the good news here is that things don't change overnight. They change over a period of time. So you have enough time to do what is right. And we had seen this going back 2000. There weren't enough people to put in the bank branch who could operate a computer. So you had to start by training people on that. And there were back-end systems, like we worked with NIIT to train people. We gave them the material and they trained people to get on the zone. Then we didn't have senior people. We opened up with we tied up with Manipal University to put in people, to train people over a 1-year program to come in at senior levels into the branch. So getting skills put into workforce is not difficult in India. If the set of people were not, we didn't have a large number of 26, 27 years old, as you mentioned right at the beginning, it would have been a different story. But we are blessed with that as capital. That is our human capital. So that is not a challenge. So there are 2 sides to that problem. Skilling new people who have to come in. So these people that will come in will probably have a technology background. And there will be probably a whole lot of people at the back end doing other things. May not be directly in the bank, but providing support services for the technologies that you run. Again, if I look at the 2000 example, over 30 seconds, we first said the branch will not do bookkeeping and keeping accounts. That will be a back office. So the branch became a service center. And the back office, you would hire 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 people to do processing. Then within 5 years, everything became straight through. So we said we go ahead with straight through. The back office people were redeployed in other businesses. So I think this is going to be, so there has been in the banking business continuous reskilling. This is maybe of a slightly different order, but I'm sure given our experience, we will go through it.
Yeah, the talk about GCCs is something that is very common, right?
Because I mentioned that, I think, earlier.
Yeah, that's right. I think we are just a minute and a half. Your closing remarks in terms of your advice to the financial services professionals in the changing landscape and the stuff that you have gone through in your life in terms of adoption of technology and from where India was primarily in terms of nuts and bolts to where we are today. What are the few things that we need to think about and keep in mind?
Yeah, I think the first thing that I have to keep in mind is my optimism. I will keep my optimism to a very high level because I clearly see a 25-year growth horizon. And most of the people here will go through that horizon, meeting their aspirations. So that to me is a very important part of it. Second is, I think we have a very stable run, whether it is business, whether it is governance, whether it is regulation or the government itself. So that provides us, again, a huge opportunity to grow on where we are. And the foundation is already built and growing at around about 7%. I don't want to say 6.8, around about 7%, I think gives you the momentum that you want to do. And the foundation is strong. I think we just have to go the course. And I'm sure the young people will ride the course. They'll also evolve. They'll also figure out how to make sure that you land on your feet. And that's what will lead to success. Thank you.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned earlier, India is actually the third largest country in terms of the startup ecosystem behind the US and China. And if you look at today, we have got more than 100 billion-dollar startups which are in different stages of evolution. And with the opportunity and the runway that you talked about in terms of the consumption story, young population, etc., certainly there is only going to be positivity from where we are today. And technology is actually going to be an enabler to fast track some of these developments.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, the audience.
So much to our dignitaries on the dais. May I request you to please come forward for a group photograph, please. And thank you so much. I think it's always an honor and a pleasure to hear from the industry stalwarts and every single time. So thank you so much for joining us at GFF 2025. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to kindly take your seats and settle down, please. All the delegates at the back especially. Request you to kindly take your seats immediately. The moment that we have been waiting for will be arriving now. So we request all of you to settle down so that we are all set for the moment that we all have been waiting here at the Grand Theatre at NMACC at GFF 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a leader whose vision has propelled Maharashtra into a hub of innovation, infrastructure, and inclusive growth. A leader who has been at the forefront of driving digital transformation and fostering the ecosystem that enables entrepreneurs, startups, and citizens alike to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, हम स्वागत करते हैं महाराष्ट्र के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, sir. Also joining him, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the name that has become synonymous with India's new age entrepreneurship, Mr. Kunal Shah, founder and CEO of Pred.
Sir, first of all, thank you for making it, and I know you've had a absolutely crazy day. But I've heard that you've also had a very crazy week. I was trying to keep up on the stuff that was done this week. We have close to like some 40 FIIs with close to $10 trillion of investment firms met you on Monday. You had CEO of top UK firms meeting you this week as well. You opened up the new airport at Navi Mumbai this week. You started the underground metro from Sieves to Cuff Parade, and that is absolutely crazy. Imagine in 50 minutes, you'll be able to kind of go across the city. And you also announced today the one-ticket mobility app that combines all the things in one place. That's fascinating. And you've also just signed an MOU for developing 300 acres of GCC city, yes, which is 21 minutes from the new airport.
Yes.
Think about what you have achieved this week. Sir, what I want to do to start with is show you a video. 3 years ago, you came to GFF. We spoke, and I asked you a question, how to imagine the city in 5 years from now. So maybe we could just play that video. What do you see will happen in 5 years' time, if you can just give us a glimpse of that?
We are actually creating around 300 kilometers of metro network in Mumbai. Coastal road will change absolutely, the way traffic used to move in Mumbai. So this entire outer road will change the fate of mobility. Today in our suburban railway, our carrying capacity is 9 million. And in the metro, we are creating a carrying capacity of 8 million. So we are actually doubling. And we are bringing the entire public transport on a single platform. We feel that in Mumbai, from anywhere to anywhere, one should reach within 1 hour, and everybody should get access to some kind of good public transport within 500 meters. India's biggest bridge, longest bridge ever built. It's a 22-kilometer sea bridge by which the hinterland will be connected with the main city. We are actually developing a new city. You can say that it's a third Mumbai, the Naina area, which is near the new Mumbai airport, which we have already started work.
Whew. Sir, I have to be honest. When you hear a senior politician talk about all the things that you did, we all have gotten into a habit of assuming thoda discount kar dena chahiye, right? And sir, you said you should be achieved in 5 years. In 3 years from now, we have achieved this and actually even more. So big round of applause, please. Sir, maybe I'll play a quick video for everyone to just see all the things that have been done. Just a short video, please. Fantastic. Sir, first of all, as a Mumbaiker, thank you very much. I would love to get your perspective on two topics. First is how all of this was achieved in such a short period of time. And the second thing is, I want to get your leadership lessons that a lot of people claim to do a lot of things, but very few people can execute at the way you execute. And these are very complex projects, which requires multiple stakeholders to come together. Would love to get your leadership lessons on how do you manage to do this execution day in and day out.
Thank you, Kunal. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. And because of two prime ministers having programs, you had to reschedule my this session. So very sorry for that. And first of all, let me tell you that for us, execution of any project, I think it requires a very clear vision, a very fast decision making, and of course, so far as delivery is concerned, you have to be accountable. These are the three pillars on which you have to build it. And for us, vision had always been clear, because I always tell that all the iconic projects which I could do were never imagined by me. Someone else imagined it, and they were actually conceived or imagined 30, 40 years back. Now this Trans-Harbour Link, which we have completed, 22 kilometer sea bridge, it was imagined by J.R.D. Tata in 60s, but nothing happened. So what we really had was a very clear vision that Mumbai needs this infrastructure. We lost to many cities like Bangalore and Hyderabad in early 2000 because of lack of infrastructure. And secondly, what we did was that ultimately in government, decision making is something which takes a lot of time. So we started our infrastructure war room in 2015. And this war room tracks every single project, and the war room is designed in a way that every stakeholder in any project sits across the table. So let's say if in Mumbai you have to execute one project, there are 17 authorities of state government and central government whose NOC you require. And just imagine if everybody sits for at least 6 months on a project, then the project becomes generational. At least 2 generations cannot see the project. So what I did in this war room, I brought all the 17 central government and state government agencies together. And I told them that whatever you want to say it here. Whatever trouble is there, whatever problem is there, just raise the problem here, escalate it here, and we'll solve it. And by that, the first metro, which we started in Mumbai, it took 11 years for the first metro. And just the planning stage, it took around 6 years. But all these 372 kilometers of metro network, right from deciding from where to where we have to construct this metro, and up to the tendering stage, it took us 11 months. So 6 years and 11 months, this is the real difference. And then again, at the execution, there are several problems, because you do not know suddenly there are PILs, suddenly there are people who actually say that you're not doing it right. Every single project of mine has seen the Green Tribunal, the High Court, the Supreme Court, and the review petition. And still we got everything clear because we were always clear that we are doing it for Mumbai. Our projects were sustainable, our projects were environmental friendly, and that is why we won everywhere and we could execute it. So I think that these three pillars were very important, that we always had clarity in our vision, and with the war rooms approach, the decision making was very fast and execution was accountable, and that is why we could achieve this.
This is amazing, sir. Thank you so much. It's amazing. Sir, we all are part of FinTech, and we try to execute small projects, and we get stuck with complex issues, and we delay for months over here executing these complex projects. You said 17 authorities, and you said that it had to go to almost every court. Absolutely fascinating. Sir, I'm going to put you on spot again. You mentioned this 3 years ago. Abhi sab ho gaya, sir. So, how to imagine the city 10 years from now? Imagine we meet in 2035. Hopefully, I'll be around asking you questions. What do you tell us that how to imagine the city in 10 years from now?
So I think that, 2035 is the 75th year of Maharashtra. The Maharashtra state's creation's 75th year will be 2035. So it is also a major milestone for us. So I think our first goal is to make Maharashtra a $1 trillion economy by 2030. But now we have also created a MMRS Growth Hub initiative. Now this initiative is reimagining the entire MMR region, because we feel that the MMR itself has a capacity to become $1.5 trillion economy. And we want to actually leverage that capacity of MMR region. And that is why what is going to change? Now with the Atal Setu and New Mumbai Airport, as I have mentioned 3 years back, this third Mumbai we have already started creating. So in the third Mumbai, there will be some schematic cities like the Edu City. Now Edu City is one concept where now the central government has allowed us to have foreign universities. And we want to locate, we have identified a 300 acres area where we want to locate 10 to 12 foreign universities. And it's a model where common infrastructure is created and a land is offered to them. And we expect that these 10 to 12 universities will actually educate around 100,000 students. So a very vibrant, community will be created. And I'm very happy to tell you that 7 universities have already signed MOU with us. Most of them are starting their campuses in Mumbai immediately in 2026, and they will be moving their campuses to New Mumbai by 2028. And, these are the best universities: University of York, University of Western Australia, Aberdeen, IED, all the best universities of the, because we have decided that they have to be the top ranking universities. Only then we'll do the MOU, and they are coming here. So a big edu city, and just imagine 100,000 students actually taking education in an area that itself creates a new city, that itself creates a very vibrant economy, that creates a huge multiplier for the economy. Now, alongside this edu city, we are creating a big innovation city, because we want to lead the this innovation which is happening in the world. So this revolution of innovation, we want to be ahead of everybody. This innovation city which we are going to create will be one of its kind, which would host anything and everything around the innovation. It will be such a vibrant ecosystem. And just you can see that 10, 12, best universities and the innovation city together. You can imagine what values it's going to create. I'm I should tell you that Mr. N. Chandrasekharan, who is head of Tata Sons, he has volunteered to create, the framework of this city. And we are already in active talks with several people who are into innovation, who are world's best innovators, those companies who have already agreed to locate themselves there. We are also creating a sports city there. We are creating a edu city there. And again, next to that, we are creating a GCC city. Because all of us know that the GCC revolution is coming to India and we want to catch it. We already have very good GCCs who have invested in Mumbai, Pune, and some cities. But I think that we need to create a ecosystem where this entire GCC revolution is captured by the state of Maharashtra. And again, that is Mumbai is a natural hub for that, because even in fintech, you see Mumbai is the leader. So I think that's what we are trying to do. So this is on this side. On the other side of Mumbai, on the northern side, we'll be in next 3 to 4 years, we'll be completing the construction of our new Vadhavan port. Now this Vadhavan port is India's biggest port. It's a deep, it has deep draft of 20 meters. It can host the largest ship of the world. And the best thing about it is that from day one, it will be amongst first 10 ports of the world. And that will actually put Mumbai and Maharashtra ahead of everybody. We will become a new maritime superpower. We will be actually, channelizing all the logistics and the new supply chain, which India is trying to be part of the global supply chain. We will be ahead of everybody because of this Vadhavan port. And near this Vadhavan port, actually we are constructing India's first offshore airport. This will be the third airport for Mumbai. And this airport will be totally on the reclamation. It will be like any other global reclaimed airport. And near this, there is also a station of bullet train. And on the other side, this coastal road, which we have now built up to Bandra, from Bandra to Warsaw, it's 70% completed. From Warsaw, it will go to Dahisar. From Dahisar, it will go to Bhayandar. From Bhayandar up to Virar, it will be, again, one coastal road will be there. And from Virar to Vadhavan, one coastal road will be there. So we are creating an entire loop for Mumbai. And just imagine that with the best port, with the best airport, and the connectivity, multimodal connectivity of bullet train and road, this is going to become, the next economic hub of Maharashtra, the next economic hub of Mumbai. And, all the new age industries will be located there. We have already started. And then what we are essentially doing is that we are connecting this Vadhavan port to the Samruddhi Expressway. So once it is, it's just 100 kilometers. Once it is connected, the port-led development, this advantage will go to 20 districts of Maharashtra. So entire Maharashtra will be able to harp on the port-led development. So I think that in next 10 years, Mumbai is going to change like anything.
Absolutely exciting times, and all of us are every day enjoying some of these benefits. My favorite thing has become every night to go on the coastal road for a drive and come back, and I stopped driving long ago, but this is amazing. Sir, let's switch gears to talk about your focus around technology and all the things that you're doing around infrastructure of technology and your view on AI and other things. Would love to get your perspective on Mumbai as well as Maharashtra's view on these topics.
No, I think AI and technology is changing every sector of our life. It's changing the entire business. It's changing every space. And we also want to build ourselves on technology, because I think technology is a force multiplier, and it is something which actually can make you leap leapfrog. So right now, since India has, thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and his vision, that India has best public infrastructure, digital infrastructure. Now, what we are essentially trying is to leverage that infrastructure and create innovation sandbox in our state, so that we actually work with the innovators and we work for social good, we work for business, we work for, ultimately all of us understand that a state has to work for equity, and that equity can be achieved by technology. So we are trying to leverage the technology in every sphere, and I think we have already started using it. So we have now announced a mission of AI in agriculture, 500 crore mission of AI in agriculture. We have already created, AI chatbots for farmers, whereby farmers can actually ask any question in Marathi, in Hindi, in English, and they will get the answer to their question, whether it is related to cropping pattern, whether it is related to pesticides, whether it's related to pest control, everything and anything that's we are doing. And I think that recently, in fact, we had organized Agritech in Pune. And with AI-enabled Agritech, such beautiful models were presented before us that I feel that it's going to change the space of agriculture. Today, we all know that climate change has a lot of effects on agriculture. This year, we actually lost 48% of our crop because of heavy rains. But to bring sustainability and climate resilient to build climate resilient agriculture, I think this AI and technology offers a solution. So I think we have already started that, and I would like to invite all the innovators who are present here to co-create with us, because I think we have appetite and we have ability to scale it up, and all the bright minds are invited to co-create with us. We can actually do something that will really help everybody in the society to have better lives.
Perfect. Sir, we were informed about the big announcement that you're going to make, so maybe we can start with the video first, and then you can talk about it. Please.
Maharashtra, the biggest state in India's economy. Every square foot in Mumbai is precious. Land values here have grown over 210% in the past decade, now crossing 200 crore rupees per acre in prime zones. Yet this wealth is trapped. Unlocking it takes months. Valuations are opaque. Ownership uncertain. What if you could borrow against real estate instantly? A world where real estate moves as fast as money that could unlock 50 lakh crore rupees in dormant capital across the state. Our vision for Maharashtra, India's first tokenized state.
Sir, that's this big announcement. I would love to get some details from you on what you're thinking about over here.
Yeah, as you could see in the video, I think that huge potential of our wealth is yet to be unlocked. It is still locked. And all of us know that, normally it takes such a long time for people to unlock their assets and raise the capital. And I think that actually, curtails our ability to, leapfrog. So what we have essentially decided that we'll create a framework where you can actually tokenize your assets. And we will be working with the regulators, we'll be working with the innovators, and we'll also be working with the startups, so that we first create a framework and then we actually create a deliverable good, which is tokenization. And I think once we are able to do it, and if we make it, just imagine that in Mumbai, we have so much of wealth which is unlocked. And at the pace at which we normally work, if we want to unlock this potential of Mumbai, maybe it will take 20 years, but we can do it in 2 years if we do the tokenization. So this is one thing where I think we will be starting work. And again, since this is a proper forum, I would like to invite anybody who wants to, partner with us in this field, because we really require the startups, we really require the innovators. Of course, we'll deal with the regulators because we know how to deal with the regulators, and we'll create,
Sir, thankfully, in case of RBI, they have already initiated the asset tokenization change.
Yes,
Dilip is here. NPCI has already built many of the things. So I think we can actually accelerate.
Absolutely.
And I can tell you, sir, from our experience from Global FinTech Festival, the regulator is equal participant in innovation. And we have consistent demos from the regulators to the audience. So it's a different time that we are living in. So now we have government also in the innovation game.
Kunal, I totally agree that in last 10 years, our regulators have changed the rules. So there was a time when regulators used to feel that they are there to regulate, means stop. It's no more that. Now regulators are partners.
Yes.
They are partnering with us to, create a framework which is dependable.
Absolutely. Sir, first of all, thank you so much. I'm very excited. This conversation was long due, 3 years. Hopefully, we'll catch up soon, and maybe the 10-year vision will be achieved sooner. Big round of applause for sir.
Now you have become my new conscious keeper.
I recorded everything, sir.
You recorded everything.
But we have some announcements, so over to you.
Thank you so much. Sir, I would request your presence here, as even yours, Mr. Kunal, over here, as we celebrate India's brightest innovators, the next generation of AI thinkers and problem solvers. Ladies and gentlemen, NPCI recently launched Bharat AI Quest, India's ultimate AI challenge, designed to recognize excellence in artificial intelligence, machine learning, coding, and problem-solving skills. So we had received more than many entries, in fact, and 6 extraordinary achievers have emerged at the very top, and they will be felicitated this evening by none other than our Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, as well as Mr. Kunal Shah. And I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Vishal Kanverti, the CTO of NPCI, to join them on stage for the felicitation. And may I now invite our top 6 winners of the Bharat AI Quest to join us on stage as I announce their names. Also, I request all the winners at the end to come back for a group photograph as well. So let's begin, ladies and gentlemen. In the 6th place, we have Vineet Telang. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we have the winner joining us on stage, receiving that felicitation from none other than our Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, as well as Kunal Shah and Mr. Vishal from NPCI. In the 5th place, ladies and gentlemen, we have Shrikant Sanjay Bhadgaonkar. Congratulations. I think we can keep that applause going. It's amazing to see these young minds achieve something so phenomenal here this evening. Moving on, in the 4th place. Congratulations once again. How humbling to see that. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, in the 4th place, we have Harsh Kumar. These 6 champions represent the very best of India's AI talent and innovation potential. Congratulations, Harsh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving to our top 3, who also take home exciting cash prizes. Our second runner-up, winning 2 lakhs, is Kuldeep Ramesh Patle. Congratulations, Kuldeep. And with that, we now move forward to our first runner-up, who's taking home 3 lakh rupees as well as the cash prize. And ladies and gentlemen, our first runner-up is Srivatsan S. Congratulations, Srivatsan. Lovely to see the smiles in those young minds, truly achieving the best here for the country, for themselves. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been waiting for is here. The winner of NPCI's first ever Bharat AI Quest, receiving a prize of 5 lakh rupees, is Ratnala Sumit Kumar. Let's give a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And there we have all the winners of NPCI's Bharat AI Quest. After this, may I request all the winners to join them on stage, please, for a group photograph. May I quickly request all the winners to quickly join all of them on stage. Ratnala Kumar, we request you to remain on stage as well. Yes, we do have the team from NPCI as well joining them on stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I think truly, truly deserving a huge round of applause. The winners of NPCI Bharat AI Quest. That's who we have on the stage here. Thank you so much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, for taking his time out to recognize and encourage these bright minds this evening, the innovators who have been shaping the next frontier of India. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to please settle down as I also invite the GFF advisory on stage. We request all the delegates to kindly take their seats, please, and settle down. We now have the GFF advisory joining us on stage. And I request all our guests who are here to give a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a remarkable 3 days at the Global Fintech Fest 2025 for each and every one of us here. And we have the GFF advisory joining us on stage. It's an absolute honor to have them join us this evening. Thank you so much to each and every one of them. Once again, could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And we would love to hear a few thoughts from them. Yes, sir.
Yeah, where's Sandeep? Sandeep, come.
When I call up the team is there?
Yeah, well, Sandeep, come. I think we should get all the team, no? One shot. Absolutely. Let's call the whole GFF committee.
As we come to the conclusion of this GFF 2025, so just to give you some perspective, 2 prime ministers, participation from 92 countries, 364 booths, 962 speakers, 400 plus sessions, over 1 lakh footfall over the 3 days, probably it will exceed that. 48 regulators, 15 reports released, and 8,400 corporates were associated with that. So Gaurav, Sandeep, I think we were sitting and advising, but the actual work was done by Gaurav, Sandeep and the team. Where is the team?
Let's call the whole team on the stage. Yeah, Gaurav.
And the key people from the NPCI who also toiled along, please come onto the stage. I think you were working behind the scene, and now it's time to, show you to the audience. Please come up.
Lalita, are you there?
Come.
Yeah, Lalita, we need you on the stage. Please put your hands together for Lalita. Lalita, udhar se.
Give them a big hand, please.
Also, we need Disha, Ankita, Rajit, Kunal, Nalin. If you guys are in the audience, please come up. Please come up on stage. Sharanya, Ural, are you in the audience? Come up. I can't see from here. Come quickly. Yeah. Aditya, are you there? Prutha, many of the NPCI team is actually behind the stage. They may still be completing a lot of work. I think we need all of them up here. Aman, Somak, Darshini, Ramesh, are you there? ये पीछे नहीं सबसे आगे NPCI team, if I don't recall your name, just come up. I know you've all been working very hard. We need this picture with you.
Over years, hard work, the world's largest fintech event, all possible for all these guys. Guys, take a bow. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now for the next year. Yeah. And for the next year, 8th, 9th, and 10th September will be the dates for the 2026 GFF.
Just to repeat, 8th, 9th, and 10th of September, 2026. Thank you, guys, and thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, guys.
Personally,
Thank you.
really, really appreciate the hard work all of you all done. 3 cheers.